do? Well, then come in. You are most welcome. Hello, everybody. How are you doing tonight? Hello, hello, hello. Pretty Eyes 101. Love that name. Hey, Tracy. How are you? Hello, Rachel. Hello, Delana. Hey, Pom Mom One. Hey, Kim. Hello, Rachel. How are you tonight, dear? Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Julie. Hey, Roxy. Happy Monday to you. I hope everyone had a good Monday. Hey, Sherry. How are you doing? Hey, Mary. Hey, Bryant. Hello. Hey, boss man. How are you? Welcome in, Night Dwellers. My name is Bryn Morgan. I'm a horror author. I am also a teller of scary stories, paranormal stories, ghost stories, true crime, and horror. And tonight is Chiller Monday. What does that mean? That means I'm going to send chills down your spine. Are you ready? Then come in and make yourselves to home. Hey, proud military mom, good to see you again. Hey, blue-eyed blonde. Hello, Jackie. Why, thank you, Roxy. Much appreciated. Hello, Amina. Hey, Melanie. So good to see everyone in here. Hello, Heidi. Hello, Jonica, how are you? Hey, Kimberly Ann. Hello, Space Cat. So good to have you here. I love your name. Come on in, make yourselves to home. Let's welcome the new ones as they are coming in tonight. Hello, Judy. How are you? So glad that you like the live, Space Cats. What is your favorite type of scary story? Hey, Peaches. Good to have you here. It was a good day. Can't see me that good with the background because it's red. Is that better? Ghost? Oh, wonderful. Good, Cressy, good. I love the background. Absolutely love it. Hey, XJ, how are you? Hey, women with attitudes, how are you? Hello, Ann B. So good to see you. I think I like the red. Gives more of a gothic feel. I am good, Suzanne. How are you? Hey, Crystal. How are you? Hey, Cressy. I'm good. How are you? Thank you, Julie. The red is mysterious. Oh, wonderful. Yes, so this will definitely go with Blood in the Snow, for sure. I do, Kim. I do. So good to see you all in here. Can you hear the music? Just let me know. I am doing very well. Hello, Brian. Music is good, good level, not too loud, not too soft. Everything is fabulous. Wonderful. So glad to hear that. So tonight is Chiller Monday. What does that mean? That means you're going to hear stories that are going to scare you, thrill you, chill you, maybe make it a little difficult to sleep. Ooh, I love that. Thank you so much. That was lovely. Hello, Dawn. Hello. Yes, Penny Joe, Blood in the Snow is always on Thursdays. Yeah, I went ahead and just made that fiction night. No, you did not, Kim. You did not miss it one bit. Oh, Tracy, what kind of movies did you watch? I know, isn't it lovely? I'm going to be able to do so many things with this background now. It is just going to be insane. So, like, for example, when I do serial killer night or whatever, I'll be able to have a picture of who the killer is and victims and everything like that. So it's going to be a more immersive experience, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm in a Gothic castle tonight with candlelight and roses. Hello, Bryant. Yes, don't you love the background? I've been watching quite a few scary movies lately. The one that I would recommend most, more than any of them right now, would be The Presence. Brand new movie, scary. Had some shocks and chills and thrills in there for sure. The Presence was very good. I would highly recommend it. Do you know someone who loves scary stories? Do you know someone who loves to be thrilled? Invite them on over here to Twisted Tales Live. We will be starting in approximately, we'll be starting at 8:20 to give time for people to come in and get settled and get your snacks and close your curtains and just prepare for story time. Who doesn't like a good story? That is what my question is. The Present. Yes, Cressy, it was scary. Have you watched it? Space Cats? It was really creepy. Hey, Roby, how are you? Hello, Shauna. You have scary stuff and it doesn't scare you at all. Well, you are lucky. Oh no, Karen, I'm so glad you're here. Absolutely, Bryant. I could not agree more. Hey, Tara. How are you, darling? I'm going to do a gown reveal here in about 5 minutes. Yes, so I don't know if you can have that type of a background on YouTube. Maybe not till I get monetized, which is important that I get 1,000 subscribers and that I had 4,000 hours of viewing time. But never fear, it is going to look different on YouTube very, very soon. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on to your sage. And tonight, would you consider a gift, whether it is a small gift or a grand gesture? It is greatly appreciated and goes toward keeping these lives thriving. The candlelight flickering. Thank you. Hello, 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 boss man. Thank you so much for the gifts. I will be calling out gifters during intermission. Hello, political witch in BW. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Oh, Shauna, are you not feeling well? I'm sorry. Hello, Lulu. How are you? Hello, Feral family. How are you? I'll let everybody come in and get adjusted and get settled. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you so much. Everybody come in, come in, come in. We are just going to have a good time. A story before you go to bed. I think so. I just saw the, I'll move for a second. I just thought it was absolutely lovely. And then I just went like that and I was like, oh my gosh, that is so pretty. So she's there, she's not. She's there, she's not. Hello, Isaac, how are you? Isaac, do you like scary stories? Thank you so much. If you are a silent night dweller who has been in the live but just hasn't came in and said hello, come in. I want to meet you. I don't bite much. Exactly, Tracy. I thought it was so funny. Yes, you will be able to see me the whole time that I'm telling the story. Hey XJ, how are you? It is a wonderful backdrop, but wait till you see the others. I was going crazy yesterday and oh my goodness, I've got some incredible ones. Most definitely, I will be using it for Blood in the Snow for sure. But I found out that there were so many different things that I can do with backgrounds. But I've also purchased another background that I'll be able to show on the background of YouTube as well. So just hang tight. Very Blood in the Snowish. So glad that you like it. I know, I am like a kid in the candy store, for sure, Tracy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. My vid is looping? What video? On what platform? Hey, who's that girl? How are you? If I was an anime, that would be me, right there. Oh, okay, Angela, good. All right, let me show the gown. Black and gold. An absolutely stunning neckline. I've never seen one like this before. It's got a sleeve that just flows. Isn't it lovely? And then you've got the back. I could have put a hoop on and the gown would have stood out very, very far, but I thought it was sufficient with the way that it was. But isn't she pretty? So lovely. Fitting for the Night Queen? Oh yes, I think so. I know, this one is so pretty. I really like this one. Hello, another day. How are you? Hello, Tokiaki 609. How are you? Definitely toga vibes, for sure. Wolf whistle. Hey, Dr. G, how are you? Thank you, who's that girl? When I first saw it, I didn't know if it was going to work for me, but I tried it on tonight and I just absolutely loved it. I thought it was beautiful. Yeah, Melanie, this one's really pretty. Hey, Carrie Feet, how are you? Yeah, so it's just very unusual, and I think that's why that I like it. So different. I'm constantly looking for something different. Hello, Kelly from Houston, Texas. Texas, it is almost story time in 1 minute. I am doing good another day. So good to see new faces. Yes, the neckline is really pretty. Angela? Yes, it is Temu. Yes, it is. Now, Temu has a section for, you know, evening gowns, proms, things like that. And then I discovered that they have ball gowns, you know, that may be a little bit more up in price, but still totally worth it. Absolutely worth it. They are gorgeous. This dress came from Temu, Kelly, yes. Oh, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, who's that girl? I do love them so. They became like friends. They really, really have. Yes, part of this has been trying to find the most pleasant immersive experience for my night dwellers. And to be honest with you, I tried out a few things and it didn't work. I felt like I was completely separate from everyone, and I am a total people person. I've never met a stranger ever. And so I was like, I have to get back up there where my night dwellers are. And so here I am. I will not go backward anymore. Hello, Redman. How are you? Hello, Black J Diamond. Thank you for the follow. I love diamonds. That's what it's about. Absolutely, Brian. It's being up close and personal with everyone and developing a relationship, whether it's through camera, face-to-face. Relationships are so important. And I just want to apologize for going so far back. I am the Night Queen. I am your queen, and I am here, right here. I'm not moving. Loki, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. You can see me, you can hear me. To be honest with you, I played back a video on YouTube the other night and I was appalled. I was like, I can barely be heard. I'm so far back. I'm sitting so far back. Another thing that was stressing me out was the candelabras because I never could get them to line up. And I talked with someone who is in IT tech, and he's like, you have too much empty space behind you. He's like, when you're sitting that far back, you need to have things that draw the eye. And he was so right about it. And I'll tell you, all day yesterday, I was just sitting and thinking and plotting and planning. And I came up here for 3 hours and was just working myself to death, trying to provide the experience that I used to provide, but up the ante. Does that make sense? And so I started working with backgrounds and the different tools that TikTok has, and wow, it is crazy. The only thing I wish is that my crown was showing, because I am wearing a crown. But we'll figure that out. I tried yesterday to put a veil over it, and it actually did help to show the crown, but I have quite a crown collection. Absolutely. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you. It's all about the experience. Thank you, Redmond. Thank you. The first story of the night is the Hat Man. Have you ever heard of him? He's not just a story or lore that originates in the US. He's everywhere. In every country, there's a different version of him. Have you heard of the Hat Man? You're about to. But first, let's prepare for bedtime. Story time. Lower your lights. Lock your doors. Close your curtains. Wrap up in your warmest blanket as I begin the story of the Hat Man, told in 10 chapters, which after that story is over, we will have a 10-minute intermission. And then the second story. Have you ever heard Lights out. I promise you, when this live is over, you will want to leave your lights on. Oh, how lovely. Thank you so much. I do love Pegasus. And let's begin. My stories are told in first person to put you there, exactly where you need to be. We'll begin, told in first person, from the perspective of a former sleep study patient in 1997. Enjoy. I wasn't supposed to be afraid. That's what I told myself. They called it a sleep study. Said it was just overnight observation. I've always had issues with sleeping. Ever since I was a little girl, I've had issues with sleeping. I told my mom and dad that I was having issues years ago, but they just said I'll grow out of it. But I didn't. I remember when I went to the sleep study, they put wires on my head, a camera in the corner, and a clipboard by my bedside. You're gonna be fine. People do this all the time. You'll be great. No big deal. But that night, I saw something that I couldn't explain. Something that I hadn't seen in years. And I've never slept the same since. The room was cold. Not freezing, just that hospital kind of cold that seeps through your blankets like you can't get warm no matter what. The nurse left my room at 10 o'clock p.m. sharp. Can you bring me another blanket? If you're still cold in about an hour, just ring the bell and I'll bring you another blanket. Okay? Okay. I was alone. Lights dimmed, monitors humming. At 2:13 a.m., and I know that was the time because I looked down at my cell phone, I woke up without any reason. Not startled, just aware, just like I've been for years. I remember the hallway light cast a long rectangle shadow across the floor of my room. It was a spacious hospital room. Too big, with just that one bed and a chair. And in that light, standing perfectly still, I saw him. I saw a man in a wide-brimmed hat. Not a nurse. I knew that for a fact. Not a doctor. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, filling the doorway like a shadow that had grown bones. I've been seeing this figure since I was 10 years old. Not every night, but every once in a while, and the dream is always the same. I thought I was dreaming. I closed my eyes tightly. When I opened my eyes, he'll be gone. I tried to blink it away, but there it was staring at me. He stayed. His edges were too sharp to be a trick of the eye. His outline was solid, but his face, that's what's so scary about it. It was empty. Like someone had reached into that man's head and scooped out the front. There was nothing. I pressed the buzzer on the side of my bed. The nurse came in. What is it, Miss Abernathy? I'm seeing things. That's okay. We're keeping record of dreams that you have. Everything is being recorded. That's the purpose of a sleep study. I don't need you to talk to me in a patronizing, condescending way. I know what I saw. All right. If you see it again, let me know. I didn't want to see him again. No eyes, no nose, just darkness beneath that wide-brimmed hat. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. I tried to move. Nothing worked. I just lay there, staring at this figure who stood in the night in my hospital room. And the thing was, I didn't just have the dream at a hospital or in my house when I was little. It was everywhere that I went. Everywhere. And then he slowly turned and he walked away. When the nurse came in the next morning, I asked who had been checking on me during the night. She said that a couple nurses that came in and observed me. Was there a man? I prayed to God that she would tell me that there was a man in my room, a doctor, that one of the nurses was a man, anything to make me stop thinking that I was going off my rocker. She looked confused. Honey, no one came in your room other than just a couple nurses. Both of them were women. Can you check the camera for me? Can you see if someone came in my room around 2:15 a.m. this morning? Please, it's important that you do this for me. I don't know if she checked or not. She came back in about an hour later. Nothing came in her room. Are you sure? Yeah, nothing came in your room. We did have some interesting results back from your sleep study, though, last night. We would like to go over those with you. The doctor will be in shortly. The doctor came in. Well, interesting night. You were in REM sleep most of the time. Nothing really deep. Did they really check the video? Did they check the camera? Ma'am, why are you so stuck on this camera thing? Do you know how much footage that would require to look at? So you didn't check it. I need you to check the time between 2:15 a.m. and around 2:16. I saw something in my room. Man, maybe I want you to check it for me. Please. That was the exact time that he was standing there. I don't want to think that I'm... Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll check it. We'll check it. You said it was between 2:15 and 2:16, so about a minute. Yes. Okay, we'll do it. Night dwellers, have you ever woken up and seen something that shouldn't be there? Let me know. Would you trust a memory like that? Was it all a figment of your imagination, or is it real? What would you do if the camera footage went blank at the exact moment you saw something? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 2. It followed her home. Told in first person from the perspective of the sleep study patient, 1997. They didn't see anything. There was nothing. They checked the camera. They sent me home. They said that I was extremely stressed, and that's why that I wasn't sleeping. They said it was just a hallucination that I had from the stress. You were between REM cycles. Do you understand what that means? The brain does very weird things when you're in REM sleep. Okay, I guess I'll take you at your word for it, doctor. Yeah. REM sleep. Stress. Got it. Except the weird didn't stay in that hospital room. 3 nights later, I was back in my apartment, alone. Rain tapping against the windows. No TV, no noise. Just me and a book before bed. I turned the lamp off around 11. I cannot sleep with light. I fell asleep fast. But exactly at 2:13 a.m., I woke up with that same feeling. Like someone had just been watching me. I sat up. The room was pitch black, but the hallway light outside my bedroom door was on, just like at the sleep study. Only thing is, I didn't remember turning that hallway light on. There was a crack beneath my door. And I saw something move. Was it Precious, my cat? No. Precious was at the edge of my bed, on the foot of my bed, sleeping. It was like someone was pacing. I sat straighter up in my bed and I looked. There was something outside my door, and it was definitely pacing. I wasn't about to open the door and check it. I didn't even want to breathe too loud. But then it stopped. The shadow just froze right outside my room. No sound, no steps, just stillness. Until I felt the doorknob move. Just a twitch. Barely imperceptible, just slight. Not a full turn. Thank you. Like something was testing the knob. Like he knew I was awake. I turned on the lamp fast. It was so silent. Precious meowed. Shut up. I got out of bed and I walked toward the door. I turned the knob and I opened it. Kathy, you can't be a chicken. I opened the door. Nothing there. I saw something. Something was there. The hallway was empty. But on the floor was something I still can't explain. That book that I was reading before I turned the lights out and went to bed. It was at the end of the hallway. Did I do that and I didn't know that I did? Was I losing my mind? I never leave books in the hall. I always keep books on my side of the bed, on my table. Night dwellers, have you ever woken up and just known someone or something was near you? Would you have opened the door if your doorknob was slightly turning? Or would you stay in bed and pray it goes away? What would you think if someone you had in your a book, magazine, something you had in your bed ended up in the hallway? Would you stay? Or would you run? I want to see your answers in the comments. Chapter 3, she stopped sleeping. Told in first person from the perspective of the same narrator late in 1997. For a few months, it was gone. No more dreams. I still couldn't sleep, but it was gone. And then in October, it came back. You can go a few days without sleep before something in you begins to break down. But after those few days, your thoughts get cloudy. Your muscles stay tense. You jump at every sound. But I wasn't scared of the dark. I was scared of what was in it. Terrified, actually. Not understanding why that it came to me. And then would leave for a little bit, and then would come back, and then would leave, come back, leave, come back, leave. After that night, a few months before, when the book was in the hallway, I stayed up 3 nights straight. My mom told me to come and stay with her, but I said no. I'm grown. I'm 24 years old. I stayed up. I had the lights on, TV blaring, coffee running through my veins. Nothing happened. 3 months passed. I went to a party. I came home early. I was relieved. Maybe he was gone. There wasn't a day that didn't go by that I didn't think of him. Whatever he was. No pacing, no books in the hallway, no doorknob twitching. But that night that I came back from the party, I was laying down on the couch. I distinctly remember going to bed and leaving the TV on. I went and laid down in my bed. And I fell asleep. Have you ever woke up in the early morning hours and your blankets are off of you? Feet bare? Did you knock the blanket off? Or did something else? My feet were cold. The blankets had been pulled off the bed, but I hadn't moved. When I do sleep, I'm a very sound sleeper. I looked toward the door. It was wide open. I know for an absolute fact, before I went to bed, I slammed the door. I can't sleep with the door open. There he was. Just like before. Hat, shoulders, stillness. Standing right there, facing me, hallway light on. And I know I turned that TV off. It was on, blaring. He was standing right there facing me. This time, I saw something new about him. The hat wasn't just part of him. It was like a hood, covering everything above the neck. Hello? He raised his head, and under it was just shadow, darkness, no face. But the darkness beneath it moved like smoke, like it breathed. I shut my eyes, told myself to wake up, counted to 10, but I realized that I wasn't asleep. I was awake. Another thing that I noticed was the bedside lamp was on. I hadn't turned it on. I hadn't turned it on. It flickered once, and then it went out. After that, I stopped sleeping on purpose. I didn't care if it made me sick. I just needed to stay awake. I called my landlord. I said, I need to move. I need to get out of here. But then I thought about it. What good is that going to do? I had seen him when I was a girl. I saw him when I was a teenager. I see him when I'm an adult. Who was he and why was he haunting me? Night dwellers. How long do you think you could go without sleep if something was waiting on the other side of your door? Have you ever had your door open by itself while you were in bed? You swore you would shut that door, but then it was opened. And you think, did I close it? Did I leave it open? Probably. Maybe something else opened it. Would you rather see something head on or never see it at all? Would you rather the spirit show itself to you or remain hidden in the shadows? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 4. Other people have seen him too. I decided to start doing some research. I started asking questions quietly. I contacted people from sleep studies, people that had trouble sleeping, insomnia. Not at work, not in public, but in late night forums, old message boards, back pages of books about sleep cycles and night visions. I wasn't looking for anything paranormal, really. I was looking for someone who had seen him, who had seen what I saw. Was it just me? It took weeks. But then someone responded to me. In Ireland. You're talking about the Hat Man. I've seen him so many times that I've forgotten. But he's always there. Always in the shadows. Then I found another post from Arizona. Yeah, I've seen him. The guy in the hat. He stands in the corner. He's got no face. Yeah, I've seen him. Then I got another response from username Nightwatch96, Germany. He always comes after I have something traumatic happen to me. He came when I was in a bad motorcycle accident. I saw him in the hospital. He came when my girlfriend left me. I don't know if he's like a harbinger of doom or what, but he terrifies me. The replies shocked me. People from all over. Texas, British Columbia, a girl in Romania who said she had even went so far as to have her mom and dad call in a priest. They all described the same thing. This man in Iceland, he said that he was tall, shadow-like, always wearing a hat, no face, no sound. He never runs, he never lunges, he just stands and watches you. One reply in particular made my stomach turn. It was from Betty 07. The first time he came, I was 8, she said. The second time, he stood at the foot of my bed. The third time, he jerked the pillow out from under my head. Lisa 404. He doesn't want you to be scared, really. He just wants you to feel watched. That's how he feeds. I messaged the original poster, the guy in Iceland. I asked him if he ever tried to get rid of it. He responded an hour later, "You don't get rid of him. You just hope he stays where you left him." That's when I understood. I hadn't imagined it. This thing, this entity was real. He'd been visiting people for decades. How far back did the Hat Man go? Wait, I just gave him a name. I called him the Hat Man. Night Dwellers. What would you do if you found out that other people were seeing the exact same thing that you were seeing? Do you think it's worse to be alone in your fear, or realize it's spreading, that you're not alone? Would you keep asking questions, or try to forget that you ever saw it? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 5. He touched the blanket. Told in first person from the same narrator. Spring 1998. I changed jobs. I left my job that I'd been at for 4 years and took a job on third shift. I didn't want to sleep at night anymore, so I decided I would change jobs to sleep during the day. I would come home and I would close my blinds and I would lock my door to my bedroom. The TV was always on in the background. I don't know. It was like it was white noise for me. Volume low enough not to wake neighbors, but loud enough to drown out the silence. I even moved my bed into the living room at one point, farthest point from the hallway. I didn't want to be in that room again. What if that was it? What if it was that space? What if it was that room? It didn't matter. I woke up around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My door was unlocked. The blinds were open. I didn't know what I was going to do. I called my mom. She said, Kathy, come live with us. I don't want you there. What if there is someone that, I don't know, is sneaking through the attic or something, and they are living there and they're watching you while you sleep? What if that is it? Kathy, there is no thing that's watching you, okay? If it is, it's a human being. Now, I want you out of the house. So I did. 2-hour drive. It always feels good when you go back home to feel your mother's arms around you and dad pat you on the back and tell you that everything is going to be okay. But around 2 o'clock a.m. that night, or that morning I should say, the static had just started on the screen and in my ears. You know the kind. Like your brain is picking up on a sound you shouldn't be able to hear. I opened my eyes, and there he was. Standing in the corner of the room. Not moving. Same hat, same empty face, only now he was closer. He was closer. He had moved closer. I couldn't move. I couldn't blink. My arms felt like bricks. This time, I watched him. Get down. Then I got brazen. What do you want? Why are you following me? Who are you? Can you talk? He disappeared right before my eyes. Just vanished. I woke up about an hour later and I felt the blankets moving, tugging from the edge of the bed. It wasn't a breeze. It wasn't my own body. It was a tug, slow, downward, deliberate. Like he was checking to see if I was awake or just wanting me to know I'm real. I'll show you. He pulled it again. I just froze. My arms were back. This time it was a little harder. The blanket slid off my feet, and the air that hit them was freezing cold. Yeah, my mom's had the air conditioner on, but it was unnaturally cold. Colder than the room should have been. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. I moved down toward the end of the bed. My blanket was on the floor. But this time, he had moved back into the shadows, the corner of the room, but I could see him. I could see him. What do you want? Can you please just tell me what you want? Then, standing there in the corner, he tilted his head. No face. Nothing to see. Just slightly. And then he vanished. When I finally moved again, I reached down and pulled my blanket up. I wrapped myself in it. And the door, once I was sure that he was gone, I got out, I padded across the carpet to the door, and it was locked, just like I had locked it from the inside. Well, there goes Mom's theory. It's not a human. Night dwellers, would you have stayed frozen in your bed as your blankets are being pulled off of you, or would you fight back? Interested to hear that. How do you explain something touching you when you're completely alone? Do you think that the Hat Man wants to hurt people? Or just let them know he can if he chooses? Chapter 6, The Ones Who Don't Wake Up. I contacted Lisa 04. Her and I had started talking a lot. Not just on the forum, but we actually exchanged numbers. And the thing is, what she told me was so similar to what I was already dealing with. She said that he had pulled the blanket off of her. She said that the doctor said the same thing. It's just stress. But her and I both knew that this was something that was real. Something that we could feel, something we could hear, something we could smell. And worst of all, we could track. Lisa said that she had been seeing the Hat Man since she was just a small child. I wasn't the only one who was losing sleep. A friend of mine, Kyle, he lived 2 floors down from me. We didn't talk much before all of this, but he'd seen me pacing in front of the windows at night. And I guess that made us kindred spirits because he was up too. One evening, he waved me over. Hey, can I ask you something? Sure. What is it? Well, this is gonna sound so silly what I'm about to ask you, but I just noticed you're up at the same time every night. I went back home because being at my mom's wasn't doing any good. Have you been seeing something? Like around 2 Yeah, I have. He told me his story. He said that he was seeing a man at the edge of his room, always wearing a hat, always silent. He said it had started as a shadow, but then it became sharper. I asked him, how long have you been seeing this? The Hat Man. The what? Yeah, that's what I dubbed him. The Hat Man. He wears a hat, right? Yeah. Have you always had trouble sleeping, Kyle? I've never been a real sound sleeper. Okay. I've had trouble sleeping since I was a little girl. I've been seeing the Hat Man for years. I think there's something to it. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but there's something to it. It seems like, well, I've been talking to people around the world, and the thing is, it's not just pinned down to a certain city or a certain state or a certain, it's everywhere. I've talked to people all over the world, on every continent. He said that the last time he had the vision of seeing the Hat Man, he said he woke up with the Hat Man sitting at the foot of his bed. Has that ever happened before? No. No, normally he's standing across the room in a corner, or a couple times my door is open in the middle of the night and I've just seen him standing, filling the doorway. No face. But this last time when he was sitting on the edge of my bed, I could hear him breathing, Kathy. I asked him what he did when he saw him sitting closer to him, and he smiled weakly and he said, I don't know, I didn't do anything. It's like he wants you to react to him. He wants you to be scared of him. And I am, Kathy, I am. He just gets closer and closer and closer and closer. That was the last time we spoke. 3 days later, I heard sirens early in the morning. I walked out into the hallway because I heard screams. It was Kyle's sister. She said that he hadn't responded to her, and she was supposed to be bringing over her dog for him to sit. They found Kyle in his apartment, still in bed. No sign of a struggle, no forced entry. Just gone. His eyes were closed, his hands folded, like he'd fallen asleep and never woke up. But what got to me was something his sister said. When I walked in, his blanket, that's his favorite blanket. He bought that. It's the Sherpa blanket. He loves it because it's soft. It was on the floor. Was there anything really odd about that? She said it was. I didn't go to his service. I couldn't. Because all I could think about was that night that the blanket slid off my own bed and how close I'd come. Was the Hatman more sinister? Was there something darker about him? Was he the one that let Kyle sleep for good? Night Dwellers, would you have told someone if you were seeing the same thing as your neighbor? Do you think Kyle gave up? Or was Kyle chosen? What would go through your mind if you found out someone had seen the same figure as you, and that the figure was moving closer with every encounter? Let me know, and your fellow Night Dwellers, in the comments. I got back on the forum. I started talking to all the people that I made contact with, and I was absolutely shocked. There were so many replies that I just couldn't even respond to all of them. The Hatman, the Hatman. Some people said it in a different language. The Hatman, the Hatman. And then I noticed some of them weren't there. Betty, the guy from Iceland, I don't remember his name. The Night Watch guy, 03, I think. Hey, get in contact with me. I need to talk to you. I called him. I gave him my phone number. He didn't return my call, so I called him. My phone fell. Maybe the Hatman doesn't want to hear the story. I called him and he picked up the phone. So, I've been doing a little bit of research about the Hatman. I found out something really creepy. What? Some of those people on our forum, Nightwatch 03, Betty, Lisa, they're no longer here. What? Yeah, I'm scared. Have you been experiencing anything? Like, not just seeing him, I know we're seeing him, but have you experienced anything? His voice was hysterical. Yeah. What? He's closer. He's closer than he's been before. I started to panic. I was in the bathroom one night and I was going to walk out and flip the light switch off, and there was just a flicker of movement. A flicker of movement in the mirror. One of those quick half-second flashes when you're brushing your teeth or when you're turning really quickly and you see something. And you think you saw someone behind you. But when you turn, nothing. Happens to everyone, right? Only this time, it kept happening. And every time it was worse. I'd walk past the mirror in the hallway, I'd see something. I would be staring out the window down onto the park below, and I would see a reflection behind me. It wasn't always visible, but it was always there. I could feel it. A shape, a shift in the air, like the reflection remembered something that I didn't. And then one night I left the bathroom light on. I walked out the door, halfway open, on purpose. I passed a mirror that I had up above a console table in my foyer. And I saw it. Clear. Just at the edge. Him. The Hat Man. For just a split second, a man in a wide-brimmed hat standing behind me. But not in the hallway. In the mirror, and he wasn't just standing there. He was moving closer. I froze. I turned around. Nobody. I turned back toward the mirror. And it was gone. I started covering my mirror, my bathroom mirror. I covered in contact paper because it would stick. Whatever it wasn't just watching me anymore. It was trying to enter. Night dwellers, if you saw a figure watching you from a mirror, would you have looked again? Or kept walking? Or running? Have you ever seen something in a mirror that you could not explain? I have. It's creepy. Very creepy. What do you think it means when your reflection doesn't come back right away? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 8. My last night. It was a tip from a woman on one of my forums came in. She only lived about an hour from me. I had put in the section in the notes, if you're seeing the Hat Man as it came closer. I got a response back from her There's a man that you can talk to. His name is Ellis. He lives 2 towns over from you. He keeps to himself. He never leaves home after dark. And his house is lit up like a hospital. Every room, every hallway flooded in fluorescent light. I called him. He said I could come over. He said, come in. He wore these dark sunglasses. I wondered if maybe he had an issue with his vision, but he invited me into this brightly lit living room. I've never seen so many lamps. He said, if you're coming over here, you're probably too late. You're seeing him, right? The Hat Man? I heard that's the cute little name that you gave him. Yeah, I did. Has he moved? Is he still in the corner? Yeah, he is. He's still in the corner. For a while, but now he's ventured. Now he's ventured over. How far? To my bed. Has he pulled the blankets off you yet? Yes, he has. Maybe you would still last then. I didn't ask what that meant. I just did exactly what he told me to do. Go buy you more light. Fill your house, your apartment with light. I didn't ask what that meant. I just did as he instructed. I went and bought lamps, no warm lighting. He said it had to be bare bulbs, buzzing. And he said it had to be humming, like a warning. He just told me to have light, plenty of light. And when I asked about the Hat Man, I said, what do you really know about him? His hand started to shake. I saw him when I was a kid. I thought it was a nightmare. Then I saw him again in college. And he never left me from that point forward. He said Hat Man was drawn to a specific kind of fear. The kind you don't tell people about. The quiet kind. The kind that eats your voice before it eats your mind. The only thing that slowed him down was light. Light. Not candles, not flashlights, but full artificial light. He's not afraid of it, Ellis said. But it makes it harder for him to get close. Think of it like static for a radio. You can still tune in, but you don't get a clear picture. What is he? Did you have an incident when you were little? Any kind of experience where you were brought back I don't think so. You might want to ask your family. Listen to me, Kathy. Plug in every light. Don't ever unplug it. He can't come into the light. And if it does go out, which he'll try, don't open your eyes. Don't look at him. That's what he feeds off of. I called my mom after I left Ellis's house, and I was back in my apartment. Mom? Yeah, baby? Did anything happen to me when I was little? Did I... Well, we don't really talk about it that much. What? There was something that happened. We were just thankful that you were okay. What? You remember out at your grandpa's farm? Yeah? You remember when they were digging that well? The deep well? Yeah. They hadn't put the seal over it. It was laying just a few feet from the well. You were 3. You came up missing, and we found you. You had fell down in the well. Your leg was broken. You were in terrible shape. We took you to the hospital in the ambulance. They said you weren't going to make it through the night. But you did. You did make it through the night. Oh, Mom. What are you thinking, Kathy? I don't know. Maybe there's a link there. Maybe there's some kind of a tie there. Maybe I was meant to go. Maybe I wasn't meant to be saved. Maybe... Night dwellers. Would you want to meet someone who's lived with the Hat Man's visions for years? Could you live in a home with no darkness ever again? Could you live in nothing but light to escape the shadows? Do you think that Hat Man feeds on fear? Do you think he's the Grim Reaper? Do you think he's mad because he wasn't able to take you? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 9, The Lights. I kept it plugged in. I had 6 lamps. Every place that I saw a shadow, I put a light. I kept them plugged in. Every night. Even during the day, my electric bill went sky high. I even got a floodlight. I flooded the hallway. Have you ever seen a floodlight that's supposed to go outside? Do you know how bright one of those are? It was bright as a stadium. In my bedroom, in the hallway, in the bathroom. And I would move that floodlight from room to room. I would sleep with it humming by my bed. I didn't care if it gave me headaches. I didn't care if the neighbors complained. Because for 3 straight weeks, as long as I had all the light, he stayed away. No images in the mirror, no pacing in the hallway, no doorknob turning, no whisper of a half-brimmed shape in the corner of my room. I thought maybe it was over. The next morning, I got up. I had a doctor's appointment, so I went. I was at a stoplight. Out of nowhere, this car plowed through the intersection. I just remember seeing it heading straight to T-bone me, and it pushed my car into a telephone pole. I don't know what it was or why I reacted, but I jumped into the back seat as quickly as I could. When the paramedics arrived on the scene, they said if I hadn't have moved when I did, I would have been smashed. The driver's side was completely pummeled. I felt so relieved. I told my mom what had happened, and I went back to my apartment. Two 2:16 a.m. I had moved back into my bedroom. I slept with a sleep mask on to block out the light, that bright floodlight. Not once had that floodlight flickered. Not once. It only blinked for a second, but just for that moment, it cast the hallway in darkness. Not only that, but all the light, the lamps, everything dimmed. And then it went back on as bright as it had. I had sent a question on a forum asking, had anyone that had seen the Hat Man, had they been through something traumatic? Had they had a near-death experience? Every reply was yes, I have. I was in a plane crash. My grandma and grandpa survived. I survived. My brother didn't. The stories, just one after the other, were just the same. Everyone had went through an experience. We were cheating. Somehow, this Hat Man thought that we were cheating. He was coming back for us. But the next night, or morning, I should say, I woke up. My room was completely cast in darkness. My sleep mask was gone, and I heard breathing. Not fast, not angry, just low, controlled. like something enjoying the moment, like something that had waited for the light to die. I didn't move. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't try to scream because I knew. I stayed frozen, staring into the dark where my ceiling should have been, and then I realized he was there. I could feel his suffocating presence over top of me, floating. And then I heard my name, not whispered, spoken, clear. Kathy. In a voice that didn't belong to anyone I'd ever known. Just one word. Awake. And then I heard again, you're still awake. What would you do if the one thing protecting you failed at the worst moment? Would you leave? Would you stay? Have you ever heard your name spoken in a room that you know was empty? I have. Would you replace the light or run and never return? That might not do you any good. I cheated death twice. The Hat Man is very patient. Very patient. And that night, he came back and claimed me. He claims them all. So, Night Dwellers, if you're in your room tonight or in your house and your light starts to flicker or a light goes out, just remember, he's there, waiting, watching your every move. I hope you've enjoyed this story of the Hat Man. Let me know in the comments. And next, a second story, Lights Out. Let's do a quick 5-minute intermission since the story was a little bit longer. What did you think of the Hat Man? Creepy, right? Hey Grandma, how are you? Very chilling. Hey Jared. You're going to get snacks. You liked it, Worm? Very good. I'm so glad to hear that. Super creepy, Ruby says. Lulu says, I love the story. Firefly says, creepy, yes. Isn't that chilling? Oh my gosh. Wait, I missed it. What happened? Hey, kiddo with heart. So I think that, thank you, Rosaria Black. I think that he's like the Grim Reaper. I think you can try to escape him, but no matter what, he's going to find you. Hey, Ray Ray. Hey, crafty girl. Intriguing indeed. Not me going to sleep with the light on. I might as well. Hey, Jane Swartz, how are you? Do you like the more up and close and personal Night Queen tonight? Awesome. Was tingles all over. Good, good. I'm glad that I created that atmosphere. All right, let me get in here and thank some of my lovely people. That was a chiller, for sure. I want to thank the following people, if it will let me do it. It's not wanting me to do it. It says retry. Why? No. Retry. I don't know what's going on there. Did I get you? Oh, nice. I'm close enough to hug. I smell good. Can you smell it? Love the up close and personal. Yes, Peaches, you can hug me. Well, everyone, I just want to thank everyone globally for the gifting. It's saying try again. I don't know what is going on there. It was working fine the other night. Hello there. I'm seeing so many new names. Hey, Roxanne. How are you? Hey, Sandy. Thank you so much. Lighting is amazing. Don't you love it? I look more like Christmas on YouTube. I've got the green background and then the red, but just hang on because you are going to have a new background as well. So just hang tight. But I think this one is pretty cool. I probably did. You love the red? Yes, it's great. Thank you all to all the new followers. Thank you to the new subscribers. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the love. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Rosaria. Appreciated. Yes, Jared. Hello, Court Jesus King. Do you like the red? Oh, good. So, you know, being the Night Queen and living in my castle, I wanted to do something that looked gothic. Hello, Mitchell Burnett. How are you? Most definitely. Yes, welcome in new followers. Thank you so much. Make sure that you hit that follow button and the notification bell so you never miss another Twisted Tales Live. I come on Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock p.m. to 10-ish, maybe a little bit later. It just depends. I understand if you have to go to bed. Completely get that. But I did promise a second story, and I will do it. How are you liking the audience interaction? How are you liking the questions? Let me know. Let me see if I can do the live gifting now. It just says something went wrong. I don't know what's going on there. Well, I'm not going to stress about it. I thank you all. Whether it was small, whether it was big, whether it was middle-sized, I don't care. It's all going toward making this live thrive and keep those candles flickering. I am so glad. Oh, you're on vacation, DG. You can actually stay up. That is wonderful. You love a good question? All right, let me try that. Hold on just one moment. I believe in calling out my gifters. Where, let me see. Let me try this. Um, it's still not showing. I don't know. List. No, that's not it. Team. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm not sure. But anyway, thank you all so much. I'll figure it out. Because it was working the other night, so I don't know exactly. My beautiful night dwellers, new night dwellers, and those who might be considering becoming a night dweller. This is a safe, loving, warm, welcome environment, non-judgmental. I want you to come in for the next hour and just enjoy, just relax, just be at peace for just the next hour. You might be tired, like a tad scared, but you know. Oh, Kimberly Ann, really? Oh, that's interesting. Hello, Thea. How are you, darling? It's been a while. Welcome back. The Night Queen is back, up close, personal, no longer in the background, going up the steps. You couldn't even hear me. I'm so sorry. Hello, the Good Witch. I'm so glad that you liked the show. Good Witch, what kind of stories do you like? You are most welcome, Roxy. Most welcome. Wow. All right, let's give it 2 more minutes and then we will begin. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. We might have to start keeping record of those who gift. Thank you for your generous support. Thank you so much. Did you all hear my speaker continuing to fall? Was someone pushing it off? I'm just wondering. It was so funny. I was like, all right, who is that and what do you want? All right, sip of water. Let's begin. Lower your lights. Lock your door again. Pull your curtains. Wrap yourself up in your warmest blanket to avoid the chills that are about to enter your room as I tell the second story of the evening. Lights out. What is it with the light theme tonight? I don't know, but I'm enjoying it. This story will be told in first person. She only comes in the dark. This is from the perspective of a warehouse supervisor, present day. I used to think that fear of the dark was a childhood thing, that grown-ups know better, that we learned how to separate shadow from danger. But I was wrong. Some shadows aren't empty. Some are waiting. The guys told me, the ones that worked third shift in the warehouse, that there was something in there, something that they were very uncomfortable with. They said that whenever they turned a light out in any specific area, they would see a figure. They didn't want to work in that area anymore. So of course, with me being the supervisor, I had to go back there and make sure that everything was tip-top shape before I closed up and went home. That was the first time I saw her. Our warehouse is huge, huge, and everyone else had gone home. I was completely alone. And I was walking out of one of the storage rooms, and I turned out the light, and I saw a shadow just standing there, looming in the darkness. I turned the light switch back on. Same thing. I saw it again. I flipped the light switch off again, and there it was. I immediately felt that I was not alone, that there was something there, something that could not be explained. I called my husband on my cell phone and told him I needed him to stay on the phone with me because something wasn't right. There was someone in the warehouse with me, and every time that I would turn on the light, it was fine, but when I would turn the light switch off, I would see a figure just standing there. He asked me if it was one of the workers, and I said, no, everybody's gone home. I told him that they didn't want to work there anymore late at night. And so I let him go home, and he told me that he would stay on the line with me. I had to turn these lights off. My boss wasn't going to like it. So I turned the light off. I turned around and looked behind me, and I saw the shadow. I could tell it was a woman. I could tell she was very fast. She was very threatening, and she was very sinister. I took off at a faster pace because I had another light switch that was up ahead. I turned that one off, and there she was. She was just standing in the darkness, but you could see her. And then I was almost to the entrance where you go into the lobby, into the main building. There was one more light switch. I told my husband, honey, something's behind me. I can feel it. He said, Emily, just make a run for it. So I ran toward the door. I turned the light switch out, and I felt something grasp the hem of my dress. I felt it. I felt the pull. I felt the tug. I managed to get the main door open. I got into the lobby, and I shut the door behind me, and I locked it. But something was there. Something was there. This thing, I thought maybe at first that it was just a mannequin from the display floor. But it was too tall, it was too thin, its arms were too long. And it wasn't standing. It was slouched over. Like it hadn't stood upright in years. I blinked. There was a little window on the main door that led into the warehouse. And I pressed my face against this window, this glass. That's when something hit it, hard. I don't know what I'm dealing with. And then I noticed in the warehouse, everything was dark, and there was this one big light that was in the lobby, the showroom. And the light above me was flickering. I took off running so fast. I made it outside, I made it to the car, but I was terrified. I was so scared. I didn't know what I was dealing with. And how was I going to explain it? I tried to describe it to my husband as best as I could when I got home. I mean, what was it? Was it a man? No, it was a woman. Was it walking? No, it wasn't walking. It wasn't running. It was almost like, I don't know, it almost looked like it was half animal. It was crouched over. It was running on all fours. I didn't want to work anymore that night, that late. I told my boss about it. He said he would put Charles in charge of it. He was the other manager. I was fine with that, as long as I didn't have to go back in that warehouse in the dark. That night, I went to bed and I had nightmares. I can't describe to you how her face looked. It was sunken, stretched, eyes like ink in a dry socket. I never want to see that again. Not ever. The next morning when I got up, I told my husband, you know what? I probably didn't see anything. It was probably just stress, fatigue. I just had a baby. I was going back to work. But when I got back to work, I checked the security cameras. There's a camera aimed everywhere in that building. And there's one in particular that's right there down that passage from the warehouse to the showroom. I checked the footage with our security guard, Stan, and I told him to check around 11:17. What did he see? So we sat there and we looked at it and we rewound it back. All I saw was me, panicking, looking behind me, running. I looked like I was terrified. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, Stan. There was something in there and it was chasing me. Oh man, I know about that. I've heard a lot of stories on that. Yeah. Okay, have you ever seen it? No, I don't believe I have. I mean, I don't know. It's like she only appears to certain ones. Do you believe in that stuff? I think so. Well, I know that some of the guys have talked about they've seen something before. And now I had. But it was just the screen with me running from something that couldn't be seen. But I told him to keep the camera going because I know that when I got into the showroom and had that door locked between me and whatever it was, something hit that window strong. And sure enough, I pressed my face up against the glass and jumped. You could see the whole door vibrate. See? I'm not crazy. I told you I wasn't. I wasn't crazy. I know what I saw. Night dwellers. Have you ever seen a shape just before the lights go on and it's gone when they do? Would you have stayed to check the cameras? Would you have ever went back to that job knowing what you saw? Do you think that something can live in the space between light and shadow? Let me know in the comments. Chapter 2. My wife was talking to something in the dark. Told in first person from the perspective of Paul 1 week before he was no more. How can someone go downhill so fast? My wife, Sophie, was so bright, so talented, so beautiful. She used to be warm. She used to laugh. She used to go out into the sun. And And I remember she would lift her face up to the sunlight. She would smile. She was remembering something good. When I married her, I knew there had been some issues with her earlier in her life. But she was on medication and everything seemed fine. Then we had our son. It began with whispers at night. I'd hear her in the living room murmuring, sometimes laughing low and dry, not the way she used to laugh, like the sound was forced through her throat. Who are you talking to, babe? No one? Sure? I heard you talking. Are you okay? Yeah. Let's go to bed. Next morning, at the breakfast table, she was feeding her little boy. Hey, babe. Who were you talking to last night? She just looked at me. No one. I was just thinking out loud. But she never would look at me directly in the eyes. I stood up from the table and brought my plate over, put it in the sink. I wrapped my arms around her. Sophie, if you were going through something, you'd let me know, right? Yes, Paul, I would. I'm fine. Stop worrying about me. Aren't you going to be late for work? I owned a department store that had been in my family for decades. I went upstairs because I got a little bit of ketchup on my white shirt, so I went upstairs to change my clothes, and when I got up there, I went in Sophie's crack room. I found drawings in her room. I was just doing a little bit of investigating. It was more like scratches, really. I mean, done in charcoal or burned in some matches. They were of a figure, always the same. Tall, hair draped like wet string, black, fingers like needles. And written beneath one of them in jagged black letters was the name Diana. I didn't know who Diana was. I was walking back downstairs to leave, and I stopped in the kitchen. Hey, babe. Yeah? Who's Diana? Just a childhood memory, just a friend that I had. Old things, not important. But then that night when I came home, had dinner, watched a little TV. Sophie said she was going to go ahead and go to bed, and I was walking up the stairs, and I passed her craft room. She was in there. She was talking. I opened the door and she was standing in the dark. The pitch dark, except for a little bit of moonlight coming through the window. Not to me. She was talking to something else. She was clearly talking to someone. Thank you, Leslie Marie. I saw that on screen. I watched her stretch out her hand. And I swear, something took her hand. Something pulled her hand just for a moment, just long enough for me to hear. I'll be friends with you. I've always been friends with you, Diana. I'm not going to stop being friends with you now. You don't have to do anything bad. You don't have to do anything bad. I'm here. I'll stay with you. I'll talk to you. I'm your friend. Haven't I always been your friend? If you ever saw your partner reaching into the dark night dwellers, would you just turn away and leave them? Or would you be frozen in fear? Do you believe some people invite things into their lives without realizing it? What would you do if someone you love started talking to something only they could see? Our little boy is 4 years old. His name is Martin. It started to get worse. He called me at the office one night. Dad, she's doing it again. Doing what, son? She's talking to someone upstairs. There's no one there, Dad. When are you going to be coming home? I'm scared. I'll be home as soon as I can. Just, tell you what, why don't you turn on the TV? Watch a cartoon until I get there. Martin was observant, always more observant. Some kids are like that, where they notice every shadow, every whisper between grown-ups. Even when you don't think they're listening, they're listening. It was the third night. Martin came in my office. He held his arms out to me and I lifted him up and put him on my lap. Daddy? Yeah? Mommy's friend came in my room. What friend? The one we can't see. Okay, can you explain? Martin hesitated. He pointed to the darkest corner of the hallway behind him. She stands right there, Daddy. I only see her when the lights go out. She doesn't blink. She doesn't light the lamp. She turns it on. I asked him what she looked like. She looks bad, Daddy. She's all in black. She's like a person who's not supposed to be there. Was he 4 or was he 8? My smart little man. That night I went in our bedroom and Sophie was sleeping. I left the hall light on, and Martin was so scared that I let him sleep in the bed. At 2:47 a.m. I woke up and the light went off in the hallway. There was a loud shatter. The light bulbs just burst. Never done that before. Martin woke up and I woke up, but Sophie didn't. He sat straight up and whispered, "That's her, Daddy. She did that." And I felt it too, the shift in the air, the sudden cold, like the room had been stretched open and something stepped in. I grabbed the flashlight. I turned it on and I didn't see anything, but then I turned the flashlight back off. And I swear I saw a shadow standing in the hallway. Half a face, eyes sunken, hair hanging like vines. But the instant I turned that light back on, she was gone. I'm a logical man. I don't believe in hocus pocus, abracadabra. I don't believe in that. But how do I explain what was in that hallway? How do I explain that? Martin didn't sleep well for the rest of the night, neither did I. But Sophie, she just slept like a baby. When I went down to the kitchen, she was making breakfast. "Hey, honey, did you sleep good?" "Sophie, did you hear what went on last night?" "No. What happened?" The light in the fixture in the hallway shattered. "Oh. Well, those bulbs have been in there for years. But something was telling me it was more than that. I had seen something. Martin saw her too, and now she wasn't hiding anymore. Night dwellers, would you believe your child if they told you that they saw something in their room at night? What would you start doing if the lights started flickering in your house? All of them. Have you ever felt something enter a room without making a sound? I have. Have you? Let me know, and your fellow night dwellers, in the chat. I write in my diary, journal, sorry. Another night passed, same thing. Fifth night, I had Martin take some meds to knock him out, and I took some myself too, and we didn't experience anything. Night 6, didn't experience anything. Night 7, my last night. I was in the back of the warehouse. I suddenly sensed I wasn't alone. I turned on the light to get some papers, flicked the switch off, and I looked. There she was. This time I called out her name. Diana? I could see her standing, threatening, crouching, impossibly tall, stretching her hands out to me. I tried to call home, tried to get Sophie to answer the phone. Pete, pick up. One of my managers had said that she was chased by something in the warehouse. It had to have been this thing. I started to walk down the hallway to the showroom. I left the door open so light would spill in. I turned off the light at the second stop and looked behind me, and there she was, only in the dark. Third wall, turned off the switch. I turned. She was closer. I didn't make it to the door. She grabbed me before I had a chance. My name is Sophie. It's just me and my son now. I hated that Diana is not only torturing me, but she's torturing my son. And I firmly believe that she took my husband from me, Paul. They said they found him like he had had a heart attack or something. Paul was fit as a fiddle. He ran every day. He was very athletic, very health conscious. But they said that it was like his heart had just exploded. It's her. I told her to leave them alone. I told her just to deal with me. Just me, Diana, just me. Diana. I remember her well. I was going through some issues when I was little, and my parents had me admitted to this hospital to do some testing. I met this girl there. Her name was Diana. She wore nothing but black, and she always carried a parasol over her head. Diana wasn't kind. She was mean. For some reason, she took to me, and I don't know what I did to get her attention. I just remember the blackest eyes, the darkest eyes. She had a crumpled face. Her legs looked too long for her body. She was abnormally proportioned. Her arms were too long, her neck too long. But I remember one night we shared the same room, and she was standing over my bed. Nobody else wants to be my friend. Will you be my friend, Sophie? I said yes. What else was I supposed to say? Something happened. I know that she was having some experiments that were done on her, and I just remember hearing screaming one night coming down the hallway. And then Diana was no more. She just disappeared. I thought she went home. I got out of the hospital a few weeks later. I didn't want to be there anymore. That's when I started to see her in the shadows, in the dark. I knew it was her. I'd never seen anybody else shaped like she was. She disappeared for a while. It's like she resurrected after Martin was born. Every now and then the visitations became more frequent. They were always at 2:17 a.m. The power would flicker just once, and in that sliver of darkness, I would see her. Diana, why are you here? She didn't walk, she didn't crawl, she just appeared. She would stand in the darkness with her head tilted. Like a bird listening for a sound I recognized. As long as I kept the lights off and talked to her, she was fine. But when Paul started questioning me about what I was talking to and what he said he saw, I told her I couldn't deal with this anymore, that she needed to go. I know she hurt Paul. I know she took him from me. And now she wants my son. She wants Martin. I lay in bed, close enough to feel her breath on my neck. I know you're there, Diana. I see you. I don't know why that you had to take my husband, but I'm begging you, please, don't touch Martin. I'll do whatever you want. I'll talk to you. I'll keep my lights out. I'll do whatever you want, but please do not touch my boy. There was never a sound. I could just hear the soft click of her nails on the hardwood floor, dragging across the floor. When I woke up the next morning, I could see the scratch marks in my wood. I take anything that I can take to keep myself awake. Night dwellers, would you try to record something like this or destroy every trace of it? What would you do if the person you loved was connected to something inhuman? Do you think Diana was ever a person? Or something else entirely? Let me know in the comments. My name is Rebecca. Sophie is my mom. Martin is my brother. I haven't been home in a long time. I just got so tired of the way my mom acted. Thank you, Melanie. Just got so tired of the way my mom acted. But when my dad passed, I knew I had to go back. Even after the funeral, I kept my distance from my mom. Mom and I, we just don't get along anymore. We've grown apart. Only reason I'm here is because of Martin. There's just too many shadows between us. I was staying at a hotel in the town and I got a call from my mom asking if I could go pick Martin up from school because he had fallen asleep. That he was too scared to stay in his room at night. So I went to the school and I picked him up. And then I drove to the house with him. I hate that house. I hate it. With everything that is in me, I hate it. It just felt too big, dimmer. Mom had every light just about off. I mean, how in the world was Martin supposed to function? Even with every light on, once I turned them on, it felt like shadows were watching from every corner. Mom came down the steps. Well, the prodigal daughter returns. Hello to you too, Mom. Her hair was a mess, her eyes unfocused. She smiled, but it didn't reach her face. Martin fell asleep at school. Has he not been sleeping good? He's been having issues since your dad passed. I didn't hug her, I didn't kiss her, I just brushed past her. Martin, who walked into the living room, was curled up in a ball. I put a blanket over him. He tucked it up under his chin, and he was immediately asleep. I let him sleep for a few hours, and then I tapped him on the shoulder and he jumped. I knelt down and I held his face. He didn't cry, he didn't speak, he just mouthed it. She's here. Who's here, Martin? Who's here? The woman in the dark. Mom, I'm gonna take Martin back to the hotel room with me. Wait, no. He hasn't had any sleep. It'll be a chance for you to be alone, and you can get some rest. Mom looked at me. Why can't you just stay here tonight? You and Martin both. We can have some popcorn, watch a movie, and then we'll all just kind of drift off to sleep with the TV on. How about that? No, I'm gonna get Martin out of here for the night. Martin slept like a baby in the hotel room. Only thing was, he slept in the tub. He insisted on sleeping in the tub. And there were the brightest lights in there. I wouldn't have been able to sleep, but he did. He woke up the next morning and he was refreshed, and I took him to school, dropped him off, and then I went back to the house. Mom was sitting in the dark on the steps. Her head held down on her hands. Her eyes were wide, her mouth was twitching. She was rocking back and forth, and she was saying, "Diana, Diana, 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 please stop, please go away, please stop, please go away." I flipped the light switch on, and the whole downstairs flooded with light. My mom looked up at me like she was possessed. "She doesn't like that. Turn the light back off." "Mom, you're sitting in the dark. Did you get any sleep?" "She doesn't want you here. Leave." I stood frozen because when I turned the light back off, I looked back toward the stairs and she was standing, but there was a shadow reflecting on the upper wall. It was long and it was tilted, like someone else was standing just a few steps above her. Night dwellers, would you go back home if your family was telling you that the house was haunted and to stay far away? Would you go or would you stay? Do you believe grief can open doors to things we shouldn't touch, shouldn't communicate with? What would you do if your loved one's shadow didn't match their body anymore? I brought Martin back home after school. He begged me when I pulled up in the driveway, "Rebecca, please, stay here with me tonight. Please, please, please." Okay, bud. I'll stay here with you. I didn't sleep that night, though. I let him sleep in the bed beside me. Not because I was scared. I didn't really believe in all that stuff. But I did feel like I needed to watch. The lights stayed on. Hallway, kitchen, living room. Mom went in her bedroom and slammed the door. I woke up in the middle of the night and I heard my mom talking. She was out in the hallway. She was staring right into the corner. "Leave him alone. Leave him alone, Diana. Don't mess with him. I'm giving you what you want. I'll dwell in darkness with you. Just leave Martin alone. Leave Rebecca alone." And then I looked. I peered deeper into the shadows. And that's when I saw her. A figure, tall, extremely tall and lanky and weird and hunched over, crouched over, long stringy black hair. And then my mom stopped crying and she wasn't muttering, she was conversing, she was talking with whatever this thing was. Every few seconds she'd pause. She would listen, and then she would answer, yes. Or a soft, no, please don't do that, please. Please. Don't hurt her. Don't hurt her. Me? I opened the door up further and I stepped out into the hallway. Mom, who are you talking to, Mom? Mom turned around. She just looked at me oddly. She doesn't like your voice. She says you're too loud. She wants to hurt you, but I'm trying to get her to change her mind. I led Mom back to her bedroom. We were sitting down on the edge of the bed. I went to turn on the lamp, and my mom smacked my hand away. Don't do that, don't do that. Just go back to bed. Make sure you leave first thing in the morning. It's not safe for you here, Rebecca. Here, take this. Mom handed me a flashlight. Keep it on until you get to your room. And then make sure you keep light on in your room. Don't let it get dark. Promise me. Yeah, okay, Mom, whatever. I'm taking Martin in the morning and we're leaving. You deal with whatever this is you're dealing with. I can't help you anymore. That's fine. That's fine. I left the bedroom door closed and I started walking back down the hallway to my bedroom and I heard her calling that name again. Diana, she's leaving in the morning. Leave her alone. Just leave her alone. Leave my kids alone. Do whatever you want to do. Do it to me. I don't care. I'm your friend. What was my mom dealing with? I didn't say a word. I just went back and got in bed. I left the bedside lamp on. Later that morning, I found a page from one of Mom's notebooks. It seemed like she was doing all her sleeping during the day now. She'd written down a list. Shaky handwriting, frantic like she couldn't get the words down fast enough. Across the top it said Diana's rules. 1, she hates light. 2, she doesn't like new people. 3, if you talk about her, she wants to hear it. 4, don't look at her too long. 5, if you turn your back on her, she comes closer. I kept reading. Then in one corner of the page, Mommy wrote, if you try to make her leave, she'll take someone else instead. I folded it up and kept it because somehow I already knew Diana was never going to leave. Night dwellers. What would you do if you found a list of rules about a ghost your family talks to, is linked too? Do you think it's better to learn from the rules or ignore them and hope it goes away? What do you think Diana is really protecting? Hmm? I left the house and I picked up Martin from school and we went and stayed at the hotel. Martin doesn't sleep anymore. He's got dark shadows under his eyes. He's 4. He shouldn't have dark shadows under his eyes. No. He closes his eyes, but he doesn't drift off. He insists on sleeping in the bathroom, in the tub. He listens. He waits. If I go to turn off a light switch, he freaks out because he knows Diana is there. I leave every room on in the hotel now, in our room. The lamps, the flashlight, the bathroom light, the closet door light. I told him I wanted him to sleep in the bed next door to me. There's 2 queen beds in the room. He told me that her name was Diana, Mommy's friend. I was brushing Martin's hair for school the next morning. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, legs swinging, saying nothing. I glanced up. I want to live with you, Rebecca. Is Diana here now? She doesn't like new places. Can she come here? Just make sure you don't close the doors. She doesn't like that. She wants to hear everything that's being said. I took him out for pizza. When we came back to the hotel room, I mistakenly shut a closet door that had all my clothes in it. No! You don't do that! She doesn't like it! Martin, she's not here, okay? But she was. She was there. I could feel her. We had lamps on the other side of the room. It was a pretty large room, like a suite. I saw the lamps flicker on the couch, by the couch sofa. And then another lamp went out. It was encroaching up on the bed where Martin and I were laying. She's turning the lights off. She's turning the lights off. It's okay, Martin. It's okay. I grabbed the flashlight out of my purse and shone it just as brightly as I could. And I froze. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I turned off the flashlight for just a second. Martin was screaming, "No, don't do that!" And then I saw her. I saw her shadow. I turned the flashlight back on just in time because she was bounding toward the bed. I flipped on the light. She wants every door open. She wants to hear everything that's being said. Don't do that again, Becky. We had to confront this thing. Mom was sleeping when I arrived back at the house. Martin had went to school. I started searching everything I could find. I went in Dad's office and I found his old journal that he takes and writes in, and I flipped to the last few pages. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. I saw his entries. He talked about her. Apparently Dad did some research. Diana was a hospital patient. There was an experiment that went badly wrong and she didn't survive it. The only one that befriended her there was my mom. I went in and woke Mom up. It was dark in the room. I turned a lamp on and there was like a hiss. I heard a hiss, audible. Mom, wake up. This person that you're seeing, it's Diana, isn't it? What? It's Diana. How do we get rid of her, Mom? You don't. I went back to the hotel room after I picked up Martin from school. I didn't sleep that night. Neither did Martin. We just stared at the ceiling. We didn't speak. Didn't cry. That's how I knew it had gotten worse. Whatever Diana was doing, he'd stopped fighting it. That house didn't feel like it belonged to my mom and Martin anymore. Every shadow stretched too far. Every creak echoed. The lights flickered. Even when brand new bulbs were screwed in. And Mom? She was almost entirely gone. Constantly muttering, constantly whispering to Diana. She moved around, she ate, she sat in the chair near the window, but her voice, she was like a zombie. Her voice, it wasn't hers anymore. I told her that we were going to stay there at the house that night. I found her in the basement that evening. The bulbs had all burned out down there. She sat calmly in the dark, murmuring to something I couldn't see. They're here for me, not for you, Diana. Just for me. Please leave them alone. I'm down here with you. I'm down here with you in the dark. Mom sensed that I was behind her. She says, you're making it worse, honey. She says you don't belong here anymore. She says she's going to hurt you if you don't leave. She wants you to leave Martin and I alone. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because something was clearly moving behind her, just outside the reach of the stairwell light, back and forth, slow, waiting. I told her I was taking Martin away that night. She didn't stop me, she just nodded. But as I turned to go up the stairs, her voice changed. It dropped, lower than I'd ever heard it. If you take Martin, she'll take you. Martin begged to stay with his mom that night. And I said that I would too. I wasn't afraid of Diana. I grabbed the flashlight and I held it in my lap because the lights were acting wacko. The kitchen lights were flickering, the dining room lights were flickering, the lamps were flickering, everything was flickering. I grabbed that flashlight and I held on to it. It turned on. And when it turned on, I could feel that I was chasing something away. We sat in the darkness for a couple more hours, and then when I would feel something, or Martin would moan, or Mom would say something, I would flick the flashlight back on. I went looking for candles, anything that I could to provide light. I found candles, I found matches, I found a candlelight burner. Wherever I keep that candle trained, it was okay, but just outside, in the shadows, just beyond our reach, I could see her moving, pacing, waiting, just waiting. And it wasn't me, it wasn't Martin, it wasn't Mom. It was long fingers that were reaching just to the tip of the darkness. And then as soon as it would get near the light, it would jump back. Diana didn't speak, she didn't need to, because I understood the warning now. If we left, she'd follow us. What would you do if your only safety, Night Dwellers, was to keep light just in front of the shadows? Do you think it's more terrifying when something moves inside the house or follows you beyond it? Would you risk running if it meant dragging the darkness with you? Let me know in the comments. I realized something that night. Diana wasn't just connected to the dark. No, she was tethered to my mother. Like a parasite. A shadow that couldn't survive on its own. If we couldn't leave, we had to force her into the open. I gathered everything I had. Floodlights, lamps, a generator, Martin's emergency glow sticks, candles, flashlights, flare guns. And I set the house like a maze. Light on every table, hallway, and room. The whole house was illuminated with different sources of light. If Diana wanted to keep playing in the shadows, she'd have to run from the light. Mom sat quietly while I worked. She didn't ask what I was doing at first. She didn't stop me. But I could feel that Diana was growing restless. And Mom was growing restless too. You're making her mad. You're making her mad. She doesn't like this, Becca. She doesn't like it. The air got colder. The steps creaked. The shadows in the corners stopped behaving. Started moving closer and closer toward the light. Then I turned off one lamp, just one, in the center of the living room and waited. You're provoking her, Rebecca. The shadows moved instantly as soon as darkness came into play. They poured down the hallway like spilled oil. Then the shape emerged. Diana. Twisted, stretching, shoulders hunched like broken wings, eyes black and boiling beneath matted hair. She didn't crawl, she didn't walk. She just appeared in pulses. A flash here, a flash there, a flash there, a flash there. You don't like this, do you, Diana? You don't have power over my family anymore. Not my mom, not my brother, and not me. And then I heard her. She hissed, and she dove toward Martin, and I hit that spotlight. She screamed and vanished into the floor. She couldn't take the light. It was working. She wasn't unstoppable. She was just protected by darkness, by my mother. My mother was the one that was keeping her alive, and now the light was pulling her apart. Night Wetlands, would you have stayed and fought Diana? Or tried to escape and risk her following you? Do you believe evil like this hides or survives because we protect it? What would your first move be if you had to trap something that only existed in the darkness? Let your fellow night dwellers see. I'll never forget the way the house felt that night. Like it was holding its breath, waiting for a choice. Diana was weakening, but not gone. Just like my possessed cat outside the door. She was clinging to Mom now with everything in her. More desperate, more visible. Every shadow Mom passed stretched longer, twitched when she moved. It was lingering and clinging to Mom. And her eyes, they weren't hers anymore, just vessels, a doorway. I told her, it's over, Diana. You're not real. You're feeding off Mom's grief. You took my dad. You're thinking you're gonna take my mom and you're dragging us all down with her. Mom just smiled eerily in the candlelight. She's all I have left. Diana's been with me from the very beginning. For years. My friend. That broke me. Because I knew that she believed it. Ever after all the fear, all the nights Martin spent shaking under blankets, hiding in bathtubs, Mom thought Diana was her only anchor. Until Martin whispered, his blue eyes filling up with tears. You still have us, Mom. You have us. You don't have to have her. And then, that did something. Mom looked at me. Then she looked back at Martin. And then at the darkness behind her. And for the first time, she looked afraid of it. She stepped back into the hallway. Into the one corner we couldn't touch with light. And she called Diana's name one last time. The shadows thickened. The temperature dropped, the walls trembled, and then a scream. Not Mom's. Hers. I don't want you here anymore, Diana. I had my son, and I had my daughter. You can go now. We ran to the hallway, found nothing but Mom's necklace on the floor. And silence. The lights stopped flickering. No more scratching on the walls, no more breathing in the dark. Just quiet. And peace. Mom gave up everything to stop her. And Diana, she couldn't survive without the one person who kept her alive. I covered Mom with a blanket. She had sacrificed herself for her children. And now that Mom was gone, Diana was gone too. Could you make the choice Sophie did, Night Dwellers, to end it all so that your children could live? Do you think Diana was ever real, or just grief made monstrous? What do you believe stays behind after something like this? Light or shadow? Do you think the house would have been all right after this? Let me know in the comments. And if you want more chilling stories like these, hit that follow button and the notification bell and never miss another Twisted Tales Live. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. True Crime Serial Killer Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Yeah, I think I would have moved. Diana was never real, and I would give my life for my children. Yes, I would do anything for my children. Thank you all for hanging in there with me. What a night. No, that would be my cat, Citrine. She's loud, and but I love her. She's a little ginger kitty cat. You are most welcome, most welcome. It is a movie, Brooke, absolutely. My cat, yes. Sold the home to a blind person. Kelly, 48. I am so glad that you enjoyed the show, my love. You are most welcome, Tracy. Most welcome. Let me see if I can see my gifters now. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight. There we go. Now it's working. Thank you, Roby. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Judy. Thank you so much. Thank you, KLNB347. Thank you so much. Thank you, Crafty Girl. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for these gifts, everyone. Thank you, JFPRS. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kimberly Ann. Thank you, David. Thank you, Kay Little Star. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Passion for Past. Oh, I love that name. Hey there, Lance Movie Buff and TV Show. Thank you so much. Hey, Kim Sanford. Thank you. Thank you, Spider Witch. Thank you, Grandma07. Thank you, Bunny. Thank you for the cat paw, tiger paw, panther, the panther paws. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Susan's Favorite Things. Thank you, Who's That Go? Thank you, Curry. Thank you, Spitfire. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Eric Jones. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Miss Jenny. Thank you so much. Thank you, Buddha J. Thank you, Mr. Clean. Thank you, VN. Thank you, Women with Attitudes. Thank you, Jackie Blue. Thank you, Charlie Shade. Thank you, Judy Willis. Thank you, Jess. Good to see you. Thank you, Corinne. Love that name. Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Kim Sanford. If I'm missing anyone, just let me know. Thank you, Peace Within. Thank you, Julie. If I'm calling out your name second, I'm sorry. 2 times in a row. Thank you, Amina. Thank you for the fairy mask. Thank you, Jackie, proud military mom. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you all. I hope that you really and truly enjoyed the live. I wanted to make it a special experience for everyone tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for hitting that screen. I greatly appreciate it. 266K. If I'm not mistaken, I think that is the highest night that we have had. Correct me if I'm wrong, Night Watchers, but I'm pretty sure that that is like our highest night. You are most welcome. Wasn't it a beautiful night? Beautiful, beautiful. You are most welcome. I listened to my night dwellers. Hey, Casper, how are you? Is that what it is, Casper? So good to have you back. I missed you. Yeah, Palm 1, I think that is definitely a record. Definitely a record. I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for just being the most wonderful TikTok audience that a creator could have. Thank you so, so much. And I'm just going to continue to bring you what you love and up close and personal. This is my anime of me on the steps, and this is me. Good vibes to you. So good to see my family come back in here tonight. Amazing. Thank you so, so much. You like what you saw? Then let's come back tomorrow night and get together for True Crime Serial Killers. Very, very, very excited. Be on the lookout for postings going out tomorrow. I'm 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern every night, Monday through Friday. And then Friday night, we will have a meet and greet at 7:30 before the story comes. So do you want to come in, ask questions, get to know me a little bit more? Then be here at 7:30 for the meet and greet. Yeah, I saw over 130 in the live at one point. That is absolutely tremendous. So thank you so much for sharing, for posting these videos, this content on all your platforms. Thank you so, so much. And just so you know, this is also live on YouTube tomorrow, probably around mid-afternoon. This live will be available for you to watch again. Yeah, there was like 130 at one point. Hey, Eden Hudson, how are you? Yeah, it was a good number. And that's how we're going to build, is just by word of mouth, by sharing and just getting it out there. If you like scary stories, if you like this show, someone else is going to like it too. So share, share, share. So the way that they were able to take care of Diana, she was linked, tethered to Rebecca and Martin's mom. So the only way that they were going to be able to get rid of her was by their mom unaliving herself. So basically, when she unalived herself, then Diana was unalived as well. Thank you, Roxy. I adore you. So good to see you all in here. Yeah, I thought I saw like 150s plus at one point, and that was great. That was absolutely great. So I missed y'all. I came back. I never met a stranger, and I just wanted to get back in the camera again with y'all, with all of you. Good night, all my night dwellers. Good night, good night, good night. Wonderful night. Thank you for the tapping. Thank you for the follows. We definitely activated the TikTok algorithm tonight. So wonderful job. Oh, thank you, Leslie Marie. Brooke, I have been doing this since September of last year. Um, I am a horror author, and I just decided that, I love telling stories, and so I wanted to just come on and share that lost art. You don't really hear, people tell stories anymore. I looked all over TikTok, YouTube, every social media platform that I could find to hear a story. I wanted to hear a story one night, and it was just almost impossible to find someone. Like, they had plenty of people that told stories on video, but not an actual live. And so I was like, you know what? I think that there is a real need for stories. And I'm so glad that I did, because now I have this lovely family, and I'm just so happy to have you all here. Thank you, Shirley Tinsley. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, Jared. So glad, Shirley. So glad that you liked it. What are your favorite stories? Absolutely. I want to keep it interactive and close. I just have a lot of fun doing it. Hey, Diana Stewart. So good to see you. I adore you all. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm so glad. I think that one definitely had a good plot. I definitely enjoyed the Hat Man. I thought that was really good. I will probably definitely have to tell that story again. Um, yes, they did, Pamaman. That was wonderful. You like horror and crime documentaries? You'll love Tomorrow Night then. Tomorrow Night is true crime, serial killers. Absolutely, I agree. You like the voice changes? Oh, very good. So Diana, here shortly we had one. Was it last week or was it the week before? But we had a Paranormal Wednesday. Paranormal Wednesday. I usually right now I'm telling hauntings from around the country in every state. But I think it was last Wednesday or the Wednesday before we had Paranormal Night. But I let anyone who wanted to come in and share their scary story experience, their real ghost encounters, come in. And it was a lot of fun. So we're going to be doing that. I'm probably going to be doing that probably once a month, is what I'm thinking. You're in Montana. Oh, wow. Wonderful, Shirley. You will hear the three dresses this week, Pom Pom One. Most definitely. I certainly will. I've got Appalachian horror that is coming. Law. I love stories about lore, folklore. Um, that's just a lot that is coming. And then Friday nights is viewer's choice. So you get to choose two stories. And yeah, we're just having a lot of fun. But I just made it super simple. It's 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. Friday night, 7:30 for the meet and greet, followed by the story. What, three dresses? Or what could you see being a good movie or a novel? Yes, I love folklore. Casper, you're going to have to share it next time. Why don't we make it the third? One of my night watchers, if you could please notate this. Let's make the third Wednesday of the month paranormal, um, paranormal share or something, where people can come in and they can tell their paranormal experiences, ghost experiences. Hey, Mary. So we'll do it the third Wednesday. Just make sure you mark that on your calendar. That's absolutely right. If you join Discord, you can suggest story ideas. My night dwellers post those in there, and then I just go and look and choose my next story. Hey, Shakila, how are you? Third Wednesday, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock p.m. Yeah, the three dresses is absolutely chilling. Yeah, so I've started doing just about all my stories in first person because it really puts you there, and I am able to just really get into character. A lot of people like the voice changes that I do. I tried to make it a very immersive storytelling experience. Yeah, so we'll just make that third Wednesday. Tomorrow night is true crime, serial killers. So there will be a true crime and then a serial killer case right behind that one. I'm so glad that you like it, Casper. So glad. Um, so it has been so good. It is like a family reunion here tonight. And I'm so glad for that. I saw that someone had said they were so glad that they found me again. I'm glad that you found us too. I'm glad you found us too. Well, night dwellers, sorry. So good to be back. Thank you, Casper. Thank you. Well, night dwellers, I would say that it was a successful Twisted Tales live, wouldn't you? Now, now it's time to rest. It's time to wrap up in your blankets, cut out all your lights, lock your doors, close your curtains, and go to sleep. You'll dream of beautiful things. Roses, puppy dogs, kitty cats. We almost hit our goal. Let me see something here. Can we get 5 roses? So TikTok sees that I hit my live goal and gets that algorithm blind so more people can come in tomorrow night. Thank you. Thank you, Palm Mom. Thank you. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Leslie Marie. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Marla. How are you, my dear? So good to see new names. Hey, Skywatcher. Well, I'm ready to go upstairs and retire. I do wish you the sweetest dreams. But then, in the early morning hours, around 3 a.m., the witching hour, your pretty little dreams are gonna turn to dark nightmares. And just remember this, in the darkest corners of your nightmares, you belong to me. Past is just that. Past, the present, the future. All of it. Some of it. And none of it. What will we do with that if we were to make any kind of decision? It would be unique. Special, even. I suppose so. Were you afraid? I was not afraid. Only worried. Slightly. Not completely, just absentmindedly. But it was different. For all involved. Why? I don't know. Lost details. I'm lost. Brim Morgan, I have a question. Do you like scary stories? You do? Then welcome. Come in and enjoy. I was afraid of him. Just by being what he was, who he was, what he said he was. It was completely different. Right. I don't know. Why? I don't know. Why? Because it just doesn't seem fair. None of it really. Some of it and all of it. Were you afraid? I don't really thought about it that much, to be honest with you, and it was completely separate and very real, very honest, very real, very transported. He was enamored with me. He said so himself. No. Oh yes. He was terrified. Why? Because it was a running trust and opinion. Why in the world What if we were to do something completely different? Blue. Tomorrow night is serial killer night, so we need something chilling, terrifying, and scary. Have you ever thought about it? The past, the present, the future, all of it combined into one neat little tidbit. I was afraid of him, me, the past, the present, the future, all of it. Some of it and none of it was all very circumspect. For what would you do that for? I don't know. I never really thought about it that much. Perhaps you should. Probably. But I won't. Because if it does, it's going to matter a lot. You are going to matter a lot. We are going to matter a lot. Whatever it is just that. And the shadows on the walls. Him. And the great hall. Me. Prepared for the ending. The know-it-all, the be-all, the everything, the ending. It's all very scary. It is. Tonight, I come to you telling you a story. A haunting story. Indeed. Are you afraid? No, not really. Not completely. Slightly. But nothing fearful. Not really. Not in time. You were afraid? No, I was not. But it looks like you were. Probably. So red shows every shadow, every crevice, every candelabra. All of it, some of it, and none of it. I could do backgrounds on YouTube. I think so. For you. You were challenged and very easily defeated. I can't pretend it. Not even remotely, not even physically, not even spiritually. Emotionally. Very with it. Because it would haunt. I know. I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. It happens. To the best of us. And to the worst of us. What we choose to do is completely beyond our imagination. I was terrified. Absolutely terrified beyond all imagination. Because it was not just him, it was me too. Welcome, night dwellers, to Twisted Tales Live. I'm your host, Bryn Morgan. I have a question for you. Do you like scary stories?
trying to fight. She's trying to find all of the hot male foreigners single in my area and kill them. We need to stop her. Best friends ever, best friends ever. Stop it. Go away. That's a lot of damage. Oh yeah, hard way. Vector will destroy the banished. Oh yeah. Vector actually works for Oni. You got rescued. I like how we're discussing Despicable Me lore and a Halo game. Because we all know how deeply intertwined Halo lore and Despicable Me lore is. Whatever you say, crustacean. Savagery. It is. Can you stop laughing at me? Oh my gosh, it's red! Offensive bias. Mendicant bias is a little traitor. I mean, he does try to redeem himself. beautiful. It makes you hungry for days on end. Isn't this place beautiful? It's beautiful. Fantabuloso. Oh, I wish there was a thing where we could summon vehicles here, is there not? Hmm. Hold on, I'm doing something real quick. Don't show me your card yet. I saw. You're a wizard. Kind of reminds me of a time when a grunt, you know, never mind. You remember Zaitan Jar with Henry? Remember that guy? Remember how he died? He got nuked by a grunt blue. But it was just so weird. What are you so excited about? Oh, you got your little toy. I'm just seeing it charging straight out. Yeah, you get to keep the special buttons. Thanks, dude. You know they actually have a vehicle that you can fly around in that you can summon, but I don't think we have it on this one. I have it on my save file, like on my oldest one. I think it's something you get from like exploring the open world, I think. Well, you also real. to know that even though the British Empire doesn't exist anymore, they were still successful in a way. They won, they did it. I want to drive. We drive a lot. Or you just want to run there. You just want to run there. But I drive. I know. I thought they were brute. Yeah, but like, what if there's tiny brute? I'm lagging. Oh gosh, they're everywhere. What is going on? What was that? They're everywhere. Well, we're still moving, aren't we? Anything's possible if they put their mind to it. Have you heard about the banished Spartan? Well, no. Ilsa Dane or whatever her name is. Oh yeah. I know about yeah. 10%. Oh, I can't. I still haven't found those attractive single male forums that I was finding. to be alive in yeah, and Black Box is dead. He didn't go rampant. He voluntarily, got shut off for going rampant. No, I am not turning on Sticky. Hey guys, it's me, Madison. Have you seen the Craig band thing? You know, it's, I think, I forget where it is. Hold on, let me go up here and think about it for a second. Let me, it's empty now. I see you running around down there. If you come up here on this tower, you can hear the original Halo thing. Where I am. Well, yeah, because I triggered it. I wonder what Forerunner music sounds like. And they have beautiful whistles. Well, I don't know if the thing's gonna play again, but no, it's not. Is it? Hmm? Or, okay. Can you believe this is where Primordial takes place? Primordial. Yeah. Yeah. This is where the Primordial was until he died. He's dead. He's not here right now. No, I didn't. I just said that there was one in the game. It's at like one of the beginning levels. You probably already went through it. And also, Chagas needs to be on the screen. Goodbye. Sorry. No. slightly some other friends, but I got them back. Yeah, and the banshee always just fighting me from, like, come back. I don't want to teleport back to you, please. Mhm. Come here, Kiki. Come here. Let's go. Let's go. I'm probably on top of the tower. Hello, Duncan. Whoa. Look, it's like the Halo 4. 2516. Thank you. We missed him. Look, you see his greatest hits album right here. No, I was just saying that if you punched it, it makes a guitar sound. Can't believe we missed his score. How could this- Outcomes, Tremonius, armory, remembering the form of abolition movement. What? What are you doing? Which skull is it? Very vague. It's, oh, it's the I would have been your daddy skull. It's keep on lagging. You keep on getting hit back to the beginning. Yeah, no, it's what I'm doing right now. What is your favorite color? Blue, green, yellow, orange. Mine is green. What's your favorite animal? Okay. Look at the stars, aren't they beautiful? Oh no! It reminds me of that one scene in The Walking Dead. I don't care, look, I want to do that. I'm just some random guy, I don't know who that is. A, B, C, D, E, F, all right, kids. A, B is for brute. C is for Cortana. Didact. Uh, F is for Forerunner. G is for, dang, I'm trying to think. Grunt. H is for High Charity. I don't know. Huh? I don't know. I don't have anything for I. J is for, yeah, where's Arthur? Come back to me. No. I just hear you off in the distance wondering if we can kill something. Okay. Well, you get what you get if you don't pick up it. single fur on their inside. Disappointing. Stranger danger. I don't know you. That's my purse. I don't know you. Here he goes. Oh my gosh, he's awful. My sword is cooler because it's red. The blue one. I love giving trinkets to friends and family. I wish there was more Halo fan art out there. I just feel like it's kind of black in the fan art. Because Offensive Bias is just built different. I wonder what he's been doing in his free time now that Michigan is just, he's kind of done all he has to. He just goes around blowing random stuff out of his can. I want to know what forerunners get in their free time. Like, I want to know what their hobbies were. I wonder if the builders would have liked Legos. The master builder would have, I don't know, Lego City collection in his basement that none of his children were allowed to touch. Not now, son. Daddy's playing with his Legos. This was the lobby. He doesn't even dress for that spawn. He dresses him by the full legal name. Oh wow, Pedro is such a good father. I'm a nerd. Do you trust you? Do you trust me? 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 Hey, do you trust me? Hey, do you trust me? Do you trust me? Yes. Yes. I'm looking at Reddit right now. I'm trying to see if there's any interesting things on here. Halo story. Not seeing anything. What about Halo memes? Oh, someone asked on Halo story, about Lord Sully's parents. Hold on, hold. Oh. How did Lord Sully's parents do it? Because Born Sully's father, Wise Hands Forge, is 13'1", and his mother, Maker of Cherished Mountains, is 6'7". How in the world? I mean, maybe it's like in vitro, or maybe they're just freaky. I don't know. Freaky for they get they get a little freaky in the ecumene. They get a little freaky in the ecumene. Didn't Mexican bias ban sex at one time? No, but I'm pretty sure he did. He did it so foreigners wouldn't procreate. He was going to make any more children. That's right. That's right. Mexican bias and banning. Yes. poor laptop. It's been holding on. I don't know what this is supposed to be happening. I wasn't, do you know this? Do you know this? We do.